Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and we are calling the special meeting of the Kent School District Board to order. At this time, we will take roll call for attendance. I will call each board member's name, and if present, they will say present. Vice President Cook?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Director Song?
Present.
And I am present. Director Clark, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening and welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. This is a public interview to fill the board vacancy for Director District Number 4. The board thanks those who inquired and all who applied. Once interviews are complete, the board will recess for an executive session to further discuss the candidate's qualifications. The board will then reconvene to deliberate and take action to select the successful candidate. We thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. Director Song, I invite you to lead us in our land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
Thank you. As a reminder, this is a public interview. It is critical that the audience remain silent and respectful throughout the proceedings for all candidates to interview equitably. We appreciate that our candidates have willingly stepped up to be considered for this important position. Each finalist is allotted 30 minutes for their interview. For the benefit of the board and public, here is a recap of the timeline established to comply with RCW 28A 343.370 to fill the vacancy for Director District 4. All vacancy information was posted on the Kent School District website on Thursday, January 9th, 2025. Board accepted resignation announced vacancy Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. Application opened Thursday, January 9th, 2025. Application closed Friday, January 31st, 2025 at 5 p.m. Applications were reviewed Wednesday, February 5th, 2025 via executive session. Finalists were announced Wednesday, February 5th, 2025 via special public meeting. Public interviews and selection this evening, Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 via special public meeting and executive session. Following interviews this evening, we will adjourn to an executive session. Following the executive session, the board will return to a special public meeting to discuss and take action and select the appointed director for Director District Number 4. The appointment will be in effect from the time of oath of office on Wednesday, February 26, 2025, until the beginning of the regular board meeting on Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. It is important to note 2025 is an election year for Director District 4. Any qualifying persons interested in holding the seat for a 4-year term, including the newly appointed board director, must submit their declaration of candidacy during candidate filing week with the King County Elections Office. Candidate filing week opens May 5th, 2025, 8 a.m. and closes May 9th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Onboarding will take place following selection and prior to oath of office. Candidate will be sworn in Wednesday, February 26, 2025. I would also like to take a moment to call on Mr. Leonard, our legal counsel.
President Margell, members of the board, Ms. Curry, Superintendent Vella. So good evening. I want to remind you a couple of the obligations associated with this process. And first, thank you for participating in what is one of the most important pieces of your job, is appointing a director to this position. And I appreciate your willingness to participate in this process and your willingness to undertake the importance of such. A couple of reminders. As is contemplated in statute in the Open Public Meetings Act, there's portions of this that is done in executive session, and there's portions of this that is done in open session. Evaluation of qualifications for public employment is done in executive session. That'll be done at the completion of the interviews. That's to evaluate their qualifications, but the final vote and the decision is made in open session. And so as we get to that portion, we will come back into open session. We'll actually make motions in open session as is contemplated in the agenda and also in your materials. A couple of reminders during the interview. We have 7 candidates, and we want to give all 7 candidates equal opportunity to respond to the same questions. And although it might feel like we want to potentially go off script and ask good follow-up questions and other information that might pop into your brain, we want to give all applicants the same opportunity to respond to the same questions. For this, we would ask that you stick to those questions that have been provided to provide equal opportunity for all applicants to answer and have the same opportunity to answer the same questions. With that, that's the only comments I have prior to your interviews. Any questions?
Just for timekeeping purposes, Ms. Curry, will you be, thank you. All of our candidates were informed that the time starting, well, everyone will be 30 minutes, no more than 30 minutes, that their time may have a little bit of fluctuation depending on how the evening goes. So we are able to start a few minutes early if we can.
Are we supposed to be moving on to 2.0?
I'm sorry, what?
Are we moving on to 2.0?
Yes. I think that they're just waiting to get the next candidate. We'll go ahead and read the finalist interview schedule. From 5:10 to 5:40, candidate 1, Clifford 5:45 to 6:15, candidate 2, Thomas Fagy. 6:20 to 6:50, Teresa Gregory. 6:55 to 7:25, Justin James. There will be a 10-minute break between 7:25 and 7:35. 7:35 to 8:05, candidate 5, Katherine Parker. 8:10 to 8:40, candidate 6, David Stanford. 8:45 to 9:15, candidate 7, Michael Tasy. 9:15 to 9:25, there will be a 10-minute break. We will move to executive session from 9:25 to 9:55 for 30 minutes, and then reconvene at 9:55. And if we can have the first candidate.
Clifford Coffin.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
There will be 17 questions. Well, welcome first. There will be 17 questions. You may request to have a question repeated. You will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview, and there is a timer that will be on the screen. Okay, we'll go ahead and start. Tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
Brilliant. Perfect. Naomi, excellent. So first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this. Also, sorry if it seems like I'm perching down. Unfortunately, this is what I get for eating my vegetables as a kid. So, yeah. Hi, Dave. Anyway, so my name is Cliff Cawthon, And I'm here because I believe that each one of our kids deserves an excellent education. And that is the reason why a kid from the east side of Buffalo is here in front of you today. And I own a home. I have the privilege of teaching young people about politics and about civic engagement. In fact, some of those young people are students from the Kent School District. And I also have the privilege of working with a lot of smart people every single day as the home ownership policy manager for the Department of Commerce. And basically, I remember the education I got as a kid, particularly teachers that impacted me and also impacted my wife, who was kind enough to be here to support me today, who is a byproduct of the Kent School District herself. And if it wasn't for those teachers, I wouldn't be in front of you today. So this is what motivated me to throw my hat in the ring. And also, I mentioned I'm a homeowner, that me and my wife, we are working on starting a family. So I want to make sure that this school district is the best it can be for my kids when they come around.
All right. What are your experiences in the public school K through 12 system as either an employee, parent, or volunteer?
So let's take two of those first, and I'll leave one for the end. So as an employee, like I mentioned, I teach political science over at Bellevue College. The vast majority of my students are Running Start students. So funny enough, even though I teach at a community college, I actually have quite a bit of administrative experience with the public school system, including interfacing with three different sorry, I'm just counting my head. I've interfaced with about 5 different school districts, different questions about what we would call disability and resource agreements, as well as the particular needs that students have when transitioning from a high school system to a community college system. And also, as an employee, I understand the diverse needs of both our students and also staff as well. So in different parts of what I like to call the academic continuum. So we're talking about everything from pre-K to college and even postgraduate with my own education, but I digress. As a teacher, I have rubbed shoulders with a number of other educators, particularly from the K through 12, and particularly from the high schools where my students come from. And we have to coordinate in order to help support them in their journeys. Now, like I mentioned, I'm not a parent yet. You said educator, parent, and there's third. Volunteer. So I volunteered several times. In fact, a lot of my volunteer work with young people is here specifically in Kent. So through my community advocacy work, particularly with groups like Living Well Kent or through other local civic groups, I've worked with young people to teach them about how to engage in the political process, as well as have given a few different talks about the importance of policy. And I've had a number of different roles in my policy life, so everything from housing to workers' rights to environmental issues to education, particularly how kids can advocate for themselves within the school system. And then as a parent, like I said, my wife and I, we're planning on having kids next year, so I'll have to get back to you on that one. But one of the reasons actually I decided to run is because my neighbors have asked me to be here. So I work with our families every single day out in community. I hear their struggles, I hear their aspirations. I've knocked on more doors than I would like to admit, and had a number of conversations with families about what their kids need to thrive And yeah, so I'm here to really do the work that they need done.
Okay, I have the next question.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's long, so I'll break it as I go through. How would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, their families, and staff?
Well, I'll start with lived experience first because I want to. Sorry, I get weepy at movies. You, unfortunately, that's the first one up, and I'm getting a little misty eyed because I have had the unique privilege of throughout my academic journey of meeting people from so many different backgrounds from across the world. So I got my master's at the University of Manchester in the United Kingdom, and I did some work when I was over there, and that enabled me to meet people that I would not have met if I stayed in my corner of the world. Throughout college, I was able to travel working on different policies and doing different policy work and being an advocate. And then as a young person, or rather in my youth, I actually have family from many different walks of life, from many different racial and ethnic backgrounds. So that meant I had the privilege of traveling and learning through them, but also I had such a diverse, eclectic group of friends. Buffalo, New York, the city I'm originally from, where I grew up, is actually a hub for many immigrants. Many immigrant populations are resettled there. So I personally, from a very young age, I had the experience and the privilege of learning from them about different ways of seeing the world. So that is a part of my lived experience, but also as someone that has worked in government and also outside of government, that I understand how policies can be implemented, how different actions, while the intentions are good, how through implementation, unfortunately, it might hit the mark, and also how things work. And I know that sounds kind of like a weird thing to say, but I truly am impressed with every single day with how not just your body, but also how many how at many different levels of government we have been able to address the needs of our growing, increasingly diverse population, especially in the city of Kent, that is one of my most diverse cities in the country. And also, I know what it's like to be left behind. I know what it's like to be discriminated against. I know what it's like to feel like you are not supported. So I bring that into my work too, when having a keen eye to how we can create more equitable outcomes. So as I mentioned before, in my professional experience, by day, I'm the homeownership policy manager for the Department of Commerce, and I have a long background of policy work as well as advocacy work in different areas of policy and law, as well as within that realm, I've been a journalist and I've been a teacher since 2017. So I've been working at Bellevue College from teaching 5 classes per quarter for about a couple of years, which to translate that's a little bit over having a full-time job, to teaching 1 class online, which I do now. And during the pandemic, like many of the teachers through the Kent School District, I had to transition to online education. So all of those experiences are things that I can bring to the school board in order to help us not just make good decisions, but also to help and support our students, our staff, and really take us to that next level when it comes to implementing the work that we've done, and particularly, when it comes to our legislative advocacy, I really appreciate the work that Director Clark has done, and many of you have done in order to ensure our students have the best resources they can. And I'm eager to support that work as well.
Thank you very much. I'll be asking the next question. This goes into the next subtopic of educational issues. So the first question is, what would you consider to be the challenges in public education today, and how would you prioritize these challenges?
So today, we have a problem that unfortunately is going to be a lingering problem for a while, but it really is engagement. That's how I would characterize it. Engagement for the district, I think, for a district in particular, I think as our region grows, it means engaging people to feel supported, to families to feel empowered, and also families to feel like they have a second home within the Kent School District. And that means not just retaining families, but also giving them new outlets to be able to address the diverse range of needs that they have and the different backgrounds that they're coming from. And I mentioned this before, I'm work on pro home ownership policies for a living and pro housing policies. And believe it or not, one of the things I often share with people is that when it comes to, and I should add, throughout my career, there's the saying that organizing and advocacy is 99% education. So often when I speak to policymakers or when I speak to people in community, I'm educating them on how providing a stable place to live is a way to ensure that young people have the best education possible. And I also believe the reverse is true. By creating an excellent and equitable and community-focused and engaged system and supporting that kind of engagement and rigorous engagement, bringing people in, that we can support families on not just their housing journey, but also when you see students succeed, you also see families improve their incomes over time. You also see various behavioral issues start to become addressed. So I believe the school system can be a central part of addressing a lot of the issues that our families face outside of the school system as well. And also, just to make sure I have the question correct, it's all the challenges our school system faces, right?
Yeah, do you want me to
Yes.
repeat it?
Oh, no, that's fine. I just
Okay.
wanted to. And also, one of the other issues that we face, I know we're facing a funding issue. And I know we all wish we had an infinite amount of money so we could do all the great things. At the state level, we're facing a budgetary issue. Local governments are facing budgetary issues. So I'm in constant engagement with colleagues, and I'm also learning about creative ways to address those budgetary issues. So what I hope to do is to be able to support you in working to communicate to community and working with not just our elected officials, but working with all of you to find creative solutions to address those issues. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups, for example, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
So one concept that I am a very big fan of is experiential learning, is learning through experiences. And when I mentioned before my comments on engagement, that also includes cultural engagement as well. I am a big supporter of making sure that every single cultural group in our community is not just represented, but they have a seat at the table, and also that we can build on the different experiences of people in our community in order to provide experiences to our young people that will enable them to be successful in a very small world. That with globalization, our world is shrinking, that tech is a big part of our local economy. Hell, we have Blue Origin right down the street. And in a future that we will need to, if we don't want our students to fall behind, we will need to be able to bring them into, them into these places and to be able to give them a front row seat to all these different industries. But without digressing, from my experience as an educator, it also means meeting students where they're at. That I don't believe in a one-size-fits-all education either. And certainly I wouldn't be here today if the mentors that I had, the teachers that I was mentored by and that took special care of me and took me under their wings. I'm thinking of my 4th grade teacher, Mr. Blassingame, or my 10th grade English teacher, Miss Williams, or my 11th grade English teacher, Mr. Kroc. If I was not mentored by them, then I wouldn't be the man that I am today. So I also, in addition to experiential learning, in addition to embracing cultural diversity, mentorship is a big, is a value that I have a lot when it comes to our education system, when it comes to being a teacher, and also building up programs for our young people to be able to succeed and thrive.
Thank you.
All right, just so you know, we're at 13 minutes, and we're on question 6. Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member, and what are some ways you have or might do that?
In short, because when we have an equitable community, we have thriving communities. When everyone has what they need to succeed, and I know that sounds really rehearsed, but I want to be as succinct as possible. When everyone has what they need to succeed, and everyone's particular needs are addressed, then they will be able to have a fair shot to thrive. And as a board member, that in every decision that I make, that I would think about how people are being impacted, and I would be open to collaborating with not just you, but members of the community to figure out solutions to problems, to have my mind changed, to take in more information. One of the things I pride myself on personally is, as a political scientist, I am sometimes wrong about human behavior. I'm sometimes wrong. That's the point of science, to admit that when you're wrong, to look at the variables, to see the results of one's practice, and to identify, look at the results and see whether it's working, whether it's not, define what's working, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. What aspects of racial equity and equity in education will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich, I jumped lines. Go back. What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about, and how would you go about doing it?
So I mentioned before, I know what it's like to be left behind. I know what it's like to feel like and to feel like the door slammed in your face, and to see others that don't look like you get the chances that you wanted in life. So, but on the flip side of that, I know as a homeowner, as a man, as someone who identifies as cisgendered, and someone who does not have their bodily autonomy threatened, I know what it's like, I don't know what it's like, and I'm willing to admit that. And that's where, because of having that humility enables me to learn, and something I value very much. So, like I said before, that I'm going to be, if chosen for this position, I'm going to commit to being collaborative and learning.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next subcategory, skills, abilities, interests, and talents. Number 8, what interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
Well, I've always been interested in becoming better at fiscal management. Particularly, I have in my job, one of the gifts that I've been given is for my job I have to review the governor's budget, identify our funding priorities, whether or not those have been fulfilled, whether or not what kind of wiggle room we might have. So I'm constantly trying to get better at learning how we can more effectively spend public dollars. And I know it sounds very dry, but along with policy, it is about finding ways to more effectively tackle problems in our community. In addition to that, I am keenly interested in how we can make services link up with one another, support one another, in order to ensure success for our communities across the board, and creating bridges and pipelines instead of having things siloed separately. And in terms of anyway, I'll just stop there.
Thank you. What is your approach to dealing with discussions around potentially difficult topics such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
Right. So I don't know everything, and that means learning. But one thing I will say is I don't know everything, but what I do know, I'm willing to share. And I am someone of integrity. Sometimes I might take a position people don't like, but I'll never lie to them. And that means that if there is a topic that comes up and we disagree, I'll tell you exactly what I think without being disagreeable. Because at the end of the day, no one's going to go away, that we all deserve to live in this community together. In fact, that's what makes us stronger. Therefore, having a collaborative spirit and bringing that into this space in order to do the people's business is something I value very deeply.
All right. This is question number 10. We've got 7 more after this, and we have just over 7 minutes. How would you, we're moving into another section, connection, networks, conflicts of interest. How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
So throughout my career, I've had the privilege of meeting many people, of working together with them, not just to put on programs, but to write legislation, to come up with policy proposals, et cetera, et cetera. And as a lecturer at Bellevue College, I've had elected officials, advocates, people from different organizations come into my classes. So I would approach it in a similar way by working with many of you, and that means checking in with many of you, including you on email chains and making introductions in order to, and also doing my own research to identify different organizations, different public, private, nonprofit organizations that we can build internship programs with, we can build different trades and skills programs with, where we can bring them in as speakers and hold different, and also have the Kent School Board represented at different events where our families are. Some of this involves going to where they are, literally meeting them where they are.
Could you describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you? Describe the situations, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
Yep. So today, or rather last week, there was a piece of legislation that I was doing analysis for, and someone who has a different perspective. So as a public employee, we are nonpartisan. So, and also we are not supposed to be ideological, but we had a very specific way of seeing this particular legislation, and I had to basically back up, identify the different key pieces of the legislation, and effectively and listen to what they had to say about it and how it taken their experience because they had a bit more experience than I did. And with humility, we came to a conclusion on how our unit was going to provide feedback in this analysis to the policy and strategic initiatives team, and of course it would go up the chain, provide this analysis so legislators can make an informed decision, one free of bias and ideological bias and whatnot.
Thank you. Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
We hold the public's trust. We are literally working with the public's money and the most valuable thing in our neighbors' lives, their children. So the role of a board member to me is to not just serve, but to be a servant leader. It is someone to help support their aspirations come true and to listen to their challenges and provide them with options on ways that we can address those challenges together.
Thank you. Upon receiving notice for your interview, you were asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflicts of Interest, Board Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the Key Functions of the Board, Board Resolution 1641, Revised Protocol Guidelines, RCW 4223.030, Interest in Contracts Prohibited Exceptions, and RCW 42.23.070, Prohibited Acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advanced review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and from serving in this role?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to passion for the mission. And this one is, describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
Well, I think the ideal relationship is a collaborative one. It's one where we provide support to the superintendent the way we provide support to our other staff members. And more importantly, we as the board provide oversight, but also that oversight comes with an understanding that we are there to facilitate communication between the community and the superintendent. So, and also going back to what I said about integrity, I would hope that we could communicate openly and transparently, that instead of having secrets and animosity, that we would work together and realize we're all here for the same goal, that is success of our students, the success of our kids, and our families are uplifted. Thank you.
What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
So, a couple of things. One, like I said, I'm trying to get better at finance, but one thing I understand is that we are facing challenges when it comes to communicating to the public exactly why we need to pass our levies, why we need to ask them for these funds in order to update our facilities. From my understanding of it, that we, like many things in Washington State, that we are funded by property taxes. Like we, don't get that we don't get direct supplemental funding, rather we don't get the kind of matching funding from the state that happens in other states. Therefore, we have to find creative ways in order to be able to both communicate what we're doing in the spirit of transparency, but also to ensure our success.
Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided with in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advanced review/preparation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school community events, attendance of school graduations, and state-mandated training. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities? And what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
No, and as long as I am put on the appropriate email accounts and whatnot, then I should be fine.
It was great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I apologize in retrospect for being a bit verbose there. But yeah, I just appreciate the honor of being able to interview for this position, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that last one is a mouthful.
Yeah, I looked at that, I was like, holy cow.
Who wrote that one? Thank you.
Candidate 2, Thomas Fagy.
What am I doing?
What? Candidate 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said, what number are we on?
Oh, no, no.
Oh,
Oh, am I supposed to do something right now?
no, just making sure that, just making sure you had the next set of questions out.
I was like, I didn't see anything in here. Yes, yes, I have it ready. I thought we were waiting on me.
Nope, just looking at you. Good evening.
Hello. President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry, I'd like to introduce you to candidate number 2, Thomas Fagy.
Good evening, Mr. Fagy. There are 17 questions. You may request to have a question repeated. You will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview. There is a timer on the screen. Tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
I have been a Kent resident for 28 years. My wife and I moved here from Seattle before we had children because of the Kent school districts and how strong it is. And we've had 2 children go through the Kent school districts. One graduated from the University of Washington, and one is currently there right now. Why do I want to be a member of the board? Well, first, I want to advocate for students. And I want to do that by building better connections. And I mean that in a couple different ways. One, I want to have better connection between where we are and where we want to be. And I also want to have better connection between our strategic goals and the expected outcomes. Different way that I would like to connect is with different groups within KSD. I would like to do that better. And also within the larger Kent Covington community, building connections there. And I believe that I have the skill set to do those different connections in those different ways.
Thank you.
What are your experiences in the public school K-12 system as either an employee, parent, and/or volunteer?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. What are your experiences in the public school K-12 system as either an employee, parent, and/or volunteer?
Well, I was a volunteer with the PTA at Millennium Elementary when my children went through there. And I also was a volunteer with Communities and Schools of Kent.
How would you, how would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, their families, and staff?
Well, in the application, you asked if we had any communication and problem-solving skills. And I'm a management consultant in my day job. And those two are absolute core competencies you must have to be a management consultant. And I believe those skills would help me in what I was talking about, making those connections. When I'm helping a client, I'm trying to help them get to point B when they are at point A. And so trying to shorten that gap between point A and point B is all about problem solving. And the way that you help them do that is through communicating verbally as well as written. And those are the skills that I think are necessary to do a good job as a board member.
What would you consider to be the challenges in public education today, and how would you prioritize these challenges?
Broad question. I'm going to talk about the challenges within the Kent School District. I think the challenges right now are the expected outcomes are not where we want them to be based on the different goals. And I think the challenge is understanding what to do about that. For example, with ELA and math scores not going in the direction we want them to go, there are different things that can be done. Just the other day, I read an article that talked about different school districts around the country, all of them low-income districts. And the way that they helped solve that ELA and math problem was tutoring, in class, after school, and Saturday tutoring. And they found that their scores went up dramatically. Saturday, Tacoma did this a number of years back called Saturday School. They had tutoring back when they were trying to get their graduation rates up from the mid-50s up to the 90s, and that was a big part of that.
Thank you. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups. For example, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Of course. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
Well, there is a domino effect. If you want to have increased student outcomes, this is all data-driven. Student engagement has to increase. How do you get student engagement to increase? Teacher engagement has to increase. How do you get teacher engagement to increase? You improve their experiences as teachers. This is all data. So if you improve teacher experience, you improve teacher engagement, which improves student engagement, and the numbers go way up. All the test scores go up, grades go up, graduation rates go up, even post-secondary success goes up. And I say this because I'm a customer experience consultant, and so I've researched all this from a school perspective. And it's not easy to improve experiences, but to improve teacher experience, no one's talking about that. People talk about, oh, well, we need to evaluate teachers. Well, teacher experience actually evaluates those around the teacher, the principals, the administration. And it is not a teacher evaluation tool at all. It's not. And so I would start there, is what I would do. And then you can also improve experiences with other groups within the district as well.
Thank you.
All right, and just for an update, we're at 23 minutes, and we're on question number 6. Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member, and what are some ways you have or might do that?
This is a troubling topic. Just when you think there's momentum, suddenly there's not. And when certain students have inherent advantages over others, and they don't know about their bias, then that creates problems, and it always will. But I would hope, if any of you have ever gone through DEI training, it has nothing to do with making white people feel bad. It actually is really, really, really a solid way to understand bias and to understand equity and to know what we can do to change the way that we think and the way that we act to make things better for every socioeconomic group.
What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about? And how would you go about doing it?
I would want to have better understanding of the lived experiences of students of color. I don't profess to know that. And the key element of customer experience and the key element of what we're talking about here is empathy. And that is key to being able to even understand how to help with this.
What interests, what interest or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
Can you repeat that again?
Yes. What interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
Well, I love to speak in public, and I know that should be a pretty sizable role that members of the board have. And so that is something that I can bring to the table. I mentioned before my problem-solving skills. This is a role that requires the ability to problem solve. It's not simply just coming up with the strategy. The strategy is in place, but there are, I assume, a lot of initiatives underneath those goals, the strategic goals, and looking at those, analyzing those from a data-driven perspective, I think is a skill set that I bring to the table, and understanding what resources can be moved around depending on if an initiative is really doing well, and it shows, and the data shows that. I'm pretty good at that. That's what I do as a consultant.
What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics, such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Of course. What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics, such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
Well, it's interesting that you ask for a specific example because I don't necessarily want to get into a lot of details as it relates to politics or a specific example of how I've dealt with that. Typically, when topics are that volatile, it is best to take a dispassionate and reasoned approach as best as possible. With the topic of sexual orientation, I am very, very, I don't want to say aware. I have some passion around that particular subject. And as it relates to politics, I have had many discussions where I could have gotten into a very vocal argument with people. I've had many discussions about politics with people, not just within the last few years. And those discussions, usually what I try to do is instead of hammer home a point, I try to understand what the other person is trying to say and then talk through that. I have always tried to teach my kids who can get riled up about this kind of thing, to teach them, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to change their mind, or are you just trying to outshout them? And so it's listening, part of it.
All right, so we're moving on to connection, networks, conflicts of interest, and we are at 17 and a half minutes, and this is question 10. How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
How would I connect the board with different groups? Is that the
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Mr. Cook? Okay. Well, I certainly know a few groups in the Kent community, connections in different places, but I assume that you have certain groups that you typically talk to, and you have all those connections already. The board already has those connections. And so I don't know as though making the connections is something that I would do. Can you ask it again? I want to make sure that I'm getting this right.
How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
Well, again, with relationships in place, what I would be able to do from a connection standpoint is share with these different groups what the board is trying to do, and by the way, be transparent with not just, these are our goals and these are the results, but be transparent in what exactly is being done to further those goals. And how are we doing with that? And be honest about it. Well, these particular things didn't work, or these did. And I think that honesty and the transparency is kind of important and needed right now in the district.
Describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you. Describe the situation, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
Yeah, there's a number of work examples. That's always the case where you have differences of opinion. And it's even more challenging when the person you're disagreeing with is someone who is higher up the chain in the firm that you're working in. And I had an example just within the last few months of one of our associate partners and I disagreed on a particular plan of action for a project. And he thought that we should do something in a particular way that was contrary to what I thought the direction should be for the client. And it was contrary to my understanding of an area of expertise that I had that I believed he didn't. And so what I said to him was, I did not say, hey, I know more about this than you do. I did not say that. What I said was, perhaps the client is looking for this, and you always do this concept called outside-in thinking. And I encourage you all to do this, by the way, is thinking from someone else's perspective. It's central to customer experience. And so talking to him about this whole idea of outside-in thinking, and this is what the client needs, and this is what the client is thinking, and bringing him around to the way that I knew it needed to be done. And he understood, and I got my way. Or I should say the client got their way.
Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
Well, certainly develop the vision, and then set in motion all the things to then see that vision in action. Obviously, governance. And then a big part is, and I know I'm not supposed to ask questions and I won't, but I don't know how much work the four of you do in the community speaking on behalf of the district. I know that it is something that is something that board members should do, and it is something that I would lean into that. But certainly the not just creating the vision, but I believe it is also about understanding the details of how that vision is being implemented, and helping to come up with ways that might course correct as needed to see that vision come to fruition.
Upon receiving notice of your interview, you are asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflicts of Interest, Board and Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the key functions of the Board, Board Resolution 1641, Revised Protocol Guidelines, RCW 42.23.030, Interest in Contracts Prohibited Exceptions, RCW 42.23.070, Prohibited Acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advanced review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and serving in this role?
I do not.
All right, we're moving on to passion for the mission. And just so you know, we're at 11 and a half minutes. This is question 14. Describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
Making sure that there is alignment on expectations, alignment on vision, alignment on strategy, and making sure that those that the vision is being implemented properly. It seems to me as though that's the best way to work with the superintendent.
Okay. What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
The current school district funding model? Oof. Well, I don't know as though I would use property taxes. I don't think that's fair to certain communities that are not in high-end districts. Mr. Clark, I'm not sure I have an answer for that. I believe that money that is collected through property tax can probably be moved to the state level for all districts, and all that money dispersed in a more equitable way.
Okay. Regular board meetings, work sessions, executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided with an in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advanced review / preparation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state-mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities? And what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role? I'm happy to read it again. I have to read it 7 more times.
Left. We have time. Go ahead.
Okay. Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesdays of the month. Special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided with in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advanced review / preparation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state-mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities? And what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
That I have no problem with the calendar. And the last part is what would I need to be successful in the role?
Yes.
Are you asking that what kind of support mechanism I would need? I'm not sure I understand.
I believe this is referring to just in general, what type of supports, if there are any, that you would need to be successful as a board member.
I don't think I would need any support.
You have 7 minutes and 43 seconds, and the remaining question is there anything else you would like to share with us?
Wow. I have a lot of time.
You do not have to use the full time.
I have thought a number of times about running for board. I have a number of friends who used to be board members, and they really enjoyed their time doing it. I don't take these things lightly. I know where my strengths are, and I know where they are not. And I believe my strengths are here. I've studied the education system. I've studied it in relation to my job. And I believe that I can offer a lot of great skills and positives as the 5th member of this board.
You still have 6.5 minutes to share all of your thoughts and feelings and emotions.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much.
Teresa Gregory is next.
Well, we have a few minutes here, and after that, 2 next ones. We have 10 minutes in between. After 2, the next 2.
Oh.
It's only an hour or so.
You didn't bring the control by chance.
Does it make a difference if I scoot over one?
To do what?
I just keep running into this whole thing is duct tape.
As
feel
long as the mic is on, we do it after this next.
Oh, yeah.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry, I'd like to introduce you to candidate number 3, Teresa Gregory.
Good evening, Ms. Gregory. There are 17 questions. You may request to have a question repeated. You will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview. There's there's a timer on the screen. Your first question. Tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
I am a member of the community since the early 80s, and I am a product of the Kent School District. So I'm proud to say that I am a graduate of Kent Ridge High School. Go Chargers. And a little bit about me is I have been a world traveler. I've actually had the opportunity to live all across the United States. And when I chose to finally move and get married and settle down, I chose to come back here. So I really love this location. I love the school district, and I love how we in the Kent community have been very inclusive on both our how to educate our young people and how to grow and develop our business.
What are your experiences? Sorry. What are your experiences in the public school K through 12 system as either an employee, parent, and/or volunteer?
I have been a parent. I have 2 children that are currently Kentwood students. So I have a senior that will graduate this year and a junior, or she's a sophomore. I guess she'll be a junior next year. And I have also been a volunteer at my Sunrise Elementary, for our Meridian Middle School, but more importantly, I'm a Girl Scout troop leader, and I actually have 10 girls in my Girl Scout troop that go to different schools. So I've actually been exposed to different schools across the district.
How would your lived and professional life and experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, their families, and staff?
So when I bought a house and I joined my community. I had a homeowners association, and I literally would sit there and complain about the board. And I would complain and complain and complain and complain and complain. And finally, my neighbor said, well, why don't you do something about it? So I joined the board and learned about, in that moment, I didn't know what I was getting into. I was the member at large. I eventually became the president before I retired. But the things I learned in that experience was about negotiation, balancing the powers or needs of the community against the budget, understanding how to project things, really grow and develop how you use your monies and paper wisely. I have worked in a variety of industries, tech. I did a lot of tech jobs. And one of the key things I've done there is really career development and negotiation. How do we grow and develop people? So if you think about a new person that comes into their job, what are the skills that they need to be successful? And look at talent management from the perspective of taking someone into their role and then growing them and growing their skills. So I've done a lot of work in those areas. As it pertains to girls, I really think that girls and boys, I really think it's important for kids to have exposure to different jobs. It's not, everybody doesn't have to be the tech giant. We can have trades. We can have people that learn skills. We can have bakers and business owners. So really exposing, I think, is very important, and growing, developing talent.
What would you consider to be the challenges in public education today, and how would you prioritize these challenges?
I think there's 3 key challenges that we face as parents and as a school board and in the district, and those really come down to 3 things. The first one is time. What are the things that we should be focusing on, and what are the most important things that should be focused on? So time is the first constraint. The second one is money. We have so many classes, we have so many students, we have so many needs. How do we spend that money wisely, and how do we afford that money wisely? And the last piece is really community engagement. I really find that when I was at Sunrise, it was very difficult to get the community involved. And parents will tell me, oh, I'm so busy, I'm so busy. And the reality is, a lot of the parents, and myself included many years ago, I worked 2-3 jobs to be able to live in this community because it's so expensive. So I think the things that we think we should look at is, how do we balance those 3 pieces? And really, if we can really get down to what are the priorities and focus on those priorities, that helps us determine where we're going to spend our time and our money, and engagement will then follow.
Thank you. Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups. For example, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
I think one of the things that I find for in this community is we have a lot of people that don't speak the language, right? You come across this when I started at Sunrise, when my kids first started there, we had a few Spanish speakers, and that was it, mostly English, Spanish speakers. And then we saw a different shift in the community. And we had a lot of our Asian communities come in, and they were exposed to many different cultures. And one of the things where the girls were like, they speak a different language. How do we make sure that we are focused on engaging with them? So we would do activities and groups and reach out to them to understand what are the needs, but more importantly, take more time to understand those. Don't make assumptions. I worked at Microsoft, and I worked with the APAC team, which is the Asia Pacific team, and I would be on calls. And when you ask a question, everybody assumes silence means what? Acceptance, right? Silence means acceptance. Or they nod and they're agreeing, and that is not the case. So what are the things that we're seeing from this community that can help infer that we're not on the same page? And really realign to make sure. And if we see a disconnect in that, re-engaging with that community to go back, I think we've messed up, admit that, and then how do we re-engage with them appropriately?
All right, and we are now at question 6, and it is 23 minutes in. Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member, and what are some ways you have or might do that?
When you hire people that look like you and feel like you and sound like you, you don't get you get a very limited view. So in my career, I've been in HR and training and development, and I've been a champion of diversity and equity and inclusion. And I am that way because I really feel that if you have everybody look like you, sound like you, you are not getting the best result. This was clear when I worked at Microsoft and we were in the development of game controllers. And we had the best game controller. Microsoft was going to have the best game controller. And we launched it. It was the best game controller. 25% of the audience is women, and they can't hold the controller. Where did we fail? We didn't know that their hand size is that way. So when you think about that experience of understanding that that can happen, you want different voices. And the other key thing you want is you want voices from different parts of life, different walks of life. You want someone who's older. You want someone who's younger. You want kids. How do we engage with you? They have the best ideas. We just need to ask them.
What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about, and how would you go about doing it?
So one of the things I think is important is when we look at you have to go beyond the numbers. So every time I've come into a role and we sit down, and especially in HR, you sit down and you're like, this is what our demographics look like. How many women, what's the age, what's the average age? We look at all those metrics. And the number one thing I always tell people is they're like, well, we can form a plan from that. And the metrics are only one component of that. The other key thing is you need to see how the races or how that engagement is happening in the school. Some schools do a really great job. They have really great engagement, and they have a really understanding of what's going on and engaging in that community. And other schools are struggling, but on the surface, the numbers would tell us what? We're doing really great. So what I would like to see is first the numbers, and then I would like to go and see what it actually looks like in action. I think as a board member, you need to be a follower and a leader. But in order to follow, I need to go investigate that, and I need to be in the boots on the ground a little bit to get that exposure.
What interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
I have a passion for STEM technology, and I love exploring science. So that's one of my biggest passions. That's what we do. All my Girl Scouts are like, you know, there's a science component of this, right? I'm like, yeah, there is. Of course there is. But I'm not starting it off with, we're going to have a science experiment, because that turns them off. So I love science. The second thing that I have is curiosity. I love to learn. I love to explore. I will ask inquisitive questions. I want to understand. I don't want to make an assumption. So I want to really understand and really grab the attention of what's going on, but I'll ask clarifying questions. I want to know what we're trying to accomplish, and then how do we answer those. And I also bring practical knowledge. I'm one of those common sense people. Sometimes I've sat across the board, have sat across the table at the board of director meetings at Microsoft and at T-Mobile, and we're all these conceptual things, and I'm like, wait a minute, if we just do this, if we could solve it. So sometimes it's that practical application and looking at it from different angles to solve that, and I bring that to the table.
What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics, such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
In my job, I worked with a gentleman, and he was a really great guy, and his name is Michael. I'm going to call him Michael. That's not really his name. I'm going to call him Michael. And Michael was great. I loved working with him. And about 6 months later, I noticed he's no longer in the address book, and I thought, I am mad because he didn't reach out. Like, I thought we had like this connection and everything. And it come to find out, Michael transitioned to Michaela. The difficulty was he didn't know how to tell us. Because at the time, being a transgender person is, you don't do that at work. You would normally leave your job. You never transitioned in place. And this was very unique that Microsoft was pioneering this to do this. So we then developed a curriculum that helped people have those conversations. And she was so wonderful in coming to meetings and saying, it's okay to call me he. You worked with me for 10 years. You called me he a lot. We were drinking beers at the bar. It's okay that you call me Mike and mess up a little bit. So the permission of understanding and being okay with messing up was very important. But building the curriculum for everybody else in the company was pioneering for us to really help them understand and then have those powerful conversations, because it's difficult. Some people were like, well, why did they want to know why they transitioned. Well, we don't need to know that. That's not relevant to this conversation, but that's where it would go. So we'd have to have conversations about that and then help educate our managers on how to have those conversations.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to connection, networks, conflicts of interest. And we're on question 10, and we're at 16 minutes. How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
I would use my network for good. I always tell people, you have LinkedIn people, you haven't seen them in a long time, and we should use those connections for good. I think one of the key things is job sharing and knowledge, having that access to other boards. Maybe we want another opinion, and what is another board? And is that in this state or another location? How did they handle it? So getting that input from other locations, but really encourage people to use your network. Who's in your network, and who do they know? And start mining the data to find those connections.
Kate, could you describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you? Describe the situations, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
I worked at Boeing as a contractor, and my job was to build and design safety training and curriculum, and to rebuild it from curriculum that is from 25 years ago. So we're updating the program and revamping the program. And I worked with a gentleman, I'm gonna call him Don. I worked with Don, and he is the old guard. He's been there since the 80s. I think the gentleman's been there for 35 years now. And one of the key things I learned in that experience was he wants to change and he wants it to be better, but he's stuck in we've always done it this way. And this is what gets results, because everybody does it this way. And so one of the key things I learned in that was, I said, I want you to try it my way. One time. Give me one time or an hour or 7 hours. And we would negotiate for each part of the curriculum as we changed it. And the thing he learned in that experience was, oh, you can teach an old dog new tricks, but he also taught me, because there is some things that you don't need to change, right? There are some things that didn't need to change. And we actually built a really powerful program, and it went from 4 days to 2 days, which is better for everybody, because the old stuff was bloated. They had a 2-hour module on how to sort their trash. I think we all know how to do recycle and composting. But that was in the curriculum, because why? It's always been in there. And so they didn't want to give it up. And I was like, that's not safety related. Let's focus on safety. And we had better outcomes because of it.
Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
I really think a board member needs to represent their district. I think they need to represent the district and balance that against the needs of the organization. So to do that, one of the key things I would want to do is I would want to go visit all the schools in my district, like actually build connections and learn, what they're all doing and how they're performing. And I think the board member really needs to be the face. Get out and talk to people. We need to have forums. And I know we have board meetings, but how many people come to a board meeting? Why aren't we at the Kent on the, during the summer? Everybody's there. We have a booth and we talk to people about what the board's doing. Engagement in some form and shape. Very short engagement, but get people interested and curious.
Thank you. Upon receiving notice for your interview, you are asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflicts of Interest, Board and Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the key functions of the board, Board Resolution 1641, Revised Protocol Guidelines, RCW 42-23030, Interest in Contracts Prohibited, Exceptions, RCW 42-23070, Prohibited Acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advanced review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and serving in this role?
No, I don't see any conflicts.
Thank you. Moving on to passion for the mission. We're at question 14 in 11 minutes. Describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
The ideal is a mutual agreement to disagree. And I know that sounds strange, but I really think that the superintendent sometimes have to make very difficult decisions and they have more information, and we need to be their guide and voice, but sometimes they need to make the tough call, and then we as a board need to support that. So I always operated when I was the president of my homeowners association and I would be talking to I'm like, we're going to agree to disagree first, and then how do we get to agreement? And so just understanding that role and contention, and then also really hold them accountable. These are what you said you were going to do, and I'm not seeing improvement. And I didn't do what I'm supposed to do, so I'm now making a commitment. So that recommitment to making sure that we're on task and on mission, I think, is important.
What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
Well, funding for the school district comes from a variety of sources, right? You get some from the state, so you get state funding, taxes from the area that they're in. And there's different ways to fund schools, right? I've lived in different parts of the model where it all comes from the state. You have federal grants, you have money. So each school district is kind of set up differently. I think one of the things that we have an opportunity for, because of our wealth of resources in the area, is we have the opportunity to get sponsorships and really understand, let's get a tech enhancement. We do those deals already. We get those deals already. But what are some of the ways legally appropriate. I'm not asking to get favors. I'm asking to make sure that we're in line with the rules. But how can we enhance those relationships with our industries that are around us?
Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided with an in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advance review or preparation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state-mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities? And what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
So I don't see any conflicts currently with the current schedule, with the exception of next Wednesday because I'll be in Disneyland. We're back from vacation that day. Otherwise, no, there's no issue. The thing I would like to have support is I would like the voice of experience. All of you have been board members for a while, and what's the newbie? What were your ahas the first 30 days, the first 60 days, and what have you done to be successful? And what's that kind of roadmap for me to be successful in this role? And the other thing is preparation. I'm one of those. If you send me a document, I'm going to be reviewing it at midnight if we have to review it the next day. But I ask that we are forward-thinking on these are the things we're going to discuss, so review these first, right? We got 10 things, but these are the 5 we're going to get to. So let's prioritize the content that we need to review first.
Thank you. You have just over 7 minutes, and our final question is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
I would like to share that I have a passion for this community. I really believe, I said at the beginning, I'm a product of the Clin School District, and I really think that we can have strong leaders and build and grow the community. I really want to see how we can do that together, but I really think that engagement and having a shared understanding is very important.
Sorry, as I write the last word. Wonderful. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more, and then we will have a 10-minute break. Our next candidate is Justin James.
President Margell and members of the board, Superintendent Bella, Ms. Curry, please note that we are running approximately 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Our next scheduled candidate is not quite here just yet. If you desire to take a recess until that candidate's arrived and we are back on schedule, then we can do that.
That's fair.
We're going to go ahead and take a recess. It is 6:34. We will go ahead and take a 10-minute recess until 6:44. Good evening. It is 6:44, and we are resuming from a 10-minute break. Our next candidate is candidate number 4, Justin James.
Would it help to put a mat over?
Probably. Yeah. Because that part right there has like a groove, so every time you scoot, the wheel gets stuck in it.
I mean, the carpet's not expensive, so I don't imagine they have scrap.
All right, somebody's coming.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. I would like to introduce you to candidate number 4, Justin James.
Good evening, Mr. James. Thank you for being here tonight. You will have 17 questions. You may request to have a question repeated. You will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview, and there's a timer on the screen for you.
Thank you.
Your first question is, tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
Justin James, I've been a resident of Kent for 11 years. I moved here from the Midwest for work. I have a freshman in high school and an 8th grader at Matson Middle School. I've been able to spend some time getting involved with this community, whether it's participating with my children's sports, the pool that we're members at. I was a volunteer for CASA, or Guardian Ad Litem, if you know what that is. And I find that being involved in some kind of organization brings me a lot of pleasure. It's the most rewarding thing that I've found at this latter part of my life, my adulthood. And this seems like a really great opportunity. I had initially heard about the opening, spoke to a friend that I knew was interested, but alas, he was not in the right district, asked me if I should do it, and after some thought, it seemed, again, like a great opportunity to learn some things as a person and contribute to my community.
Thank you.
What are your experiences in the public school K through 12 system as either an employee, parent, and/or volunteer?
I'd say very minimal. I'm a pretty involved parent, so my kids are both part of the Odyssey program, and they're both the only children in their schools that play all 4 sports. So we're present. We're proud of their participation. We're proud to support their participation. I'm a fan of schools, but I am not a teacher. I did study education. That was my minor in college. I worked at some camps. I did teach for a couple semesters as a very young person, but I don't have a lot of direct involvement with Kent schools, other than we've sent our kids to summer camps, to a lot of after-school programs. And I really don't have any direct experience. I am in construction, so at any given time, I'm probably working on 5 to 7 schools throughout King County. I do know how they work. I see them. I'm in them regularly, but not a lot of direct day-to-day experience.
Okay. How would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, their families, and staff?
This is, I think, the question that I'm most excited for. I'm a huge fan of public education. I'm a huge fan of community, of getting involved and service. And I am very open-minded to other ideas. I would like to continue my education in a position like this, just as much as I'd like to offer any knowledge I have to other people. The collaborative process, as I've gotten older and more involved with different groups, I find that it's difficult. It's very difficult. People have personalities, they have feelings, they have emotions. And I'm at a place in my life where I think I can contribute and help facilitate the process for organizations to govern and function well. And I would just really like to be part of the process here, close to home, where my children attend school and where I live.
What would you consider to be the challenges in public education today, and how would you prioritize these challenges?
That's a fantastic question. There's all kinds of problems, and I think it depends on how we look at that and what we classify as the things that we're going to deal with first. Do we tackle large issues or immediate issues? And these are really big questions. I would be open to learning about what other people think, hearing what people are more involved, what their feelings are. But I know we need progress across the board, right? We need more money, we need more teachers, we need facilities, we need parental involvement, we need to evolve the way we do things to accommodate more people, larger groups of people that aren't as experienced with this type of education system. I know there's a lot of languages. I know there's people with disabilities. I know there's just a lot of different things that need attention and volunteers and support. What I would again hope to do is just be a good facilitator and communicator to try and listen and work with people to resolve those things as they come up. But I can't honestly say I have any specific priorities, and I don't feel that I'm qualified to decide what's most or least important. But I would like to work with everybody to help do the best I can.
Thank you. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups. For example, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
I'm going to punt again. I don't think I have solutions. I'm, very aware. I spend a lot of time as a coach and a board member for a nonprofit youth organization. We sponsor about 30% of our youth, and the majority of the people we sponsor are Polynesian. I know that they specifically have a pretty big delta in performance in our school district. I'm aware of a lot of the struggles that people have in different groups. I don't pretend to have any answers or bring any immediate solutions. But again, I would listen, I would work hard, I would try to do my best to be fair and help the process as much as possible to make the best use of people's time and the community's money.
Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member? And what are some ways you have or might do that? Also, we're at 23 minutes and 43 seconds, and this is question number 6.
Okay. To repeat myself again, listening, collaboration, equity is something that's important to me. Public school was a savior for me as a young person. It's what gave me a chance to be where I am at today and have a family and a home and live in this community. I know that it's necessary. I believe that we need to work at it. Again, these are large systemic issues that go back years, and there's myriad of issues that are involved. I don't know what the answers are, but I hope that we can have more voices and work together to try to hear and recognize what people are dealing with and try to find the best solutions possible to move forward and make progress. And Kent is a really great example of some of the challenges when you have people across different socioeconomic spectrum. You have a lot of different people with different cultures and backgrounds and opportunities. And I think that's difficult, but it's also an opportunity. It's what makes Kent one of the best places to live and gives us such a dynamic, awesome school system. There's just a lot of different people and a lot of voices.
What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about, and how would you go about doing it?
Yeah, I believe that I do have a lot to learn. I think in fact, personally, I do feel strong that I benefited from some advantages that were given to me. I didn't come from a great socioeconomic background, and I noticed that things seemed to be easier for me from an external standpoint. I was given a lot of chances, I was given a lot of opportunities that many of my neighbors weren't. I don't know how to rectify that, and as a 50-year-old white man, I sit here and I have a lot to learn about people's challenges, their perceptions, and the reality of what it is to be in the school system today. I am definitely open to listening, learning and contributing, but I am a product of my environment, and all I can really do is try to listen to other people and work with them at this point, because that fight is almost behind me. I'm really not even aware of how younger people feel about those challenges. I look at my children and I don't recognize the way they perceive the world and racial inequality. It's just a different thing than it was when I grew up. But I am very interested in it, very passionate in it, and would love to listen to other people's opinions.
What interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
I don't know all of the board members. I did see some of your bios. But personally, I'm not by design, but by accident, I've found most of my discretionary time and income is spent with young people. It was being a CASA for a long time. It was volunteering in different organizations. And for the last 8 years, it's as a coach and a board member for Washington's largest nonprofit. Well, it's their largest youth rugby club, but we are a nonprofit. I spend a lot of time at my kids' other clubs and activities. I coach a number of sports. I referee. I volunteer sometimes to help kids learn how to ski and do other stuff. Again, not by design. I just find that my passion is trying to make the world maybe a little happier place for young people. And as I've gotten more mature, I realize that I can do that by trying to maybe build infrastructure that is more open to people participating and finding advancement when they're young, giving those kids opportunities. So structurally, I like to work on that and operationally try to make things just a little bit easier for people that aren't given chances that they should be.
Thank you. What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics, such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
That's a great question. So I believe that I've been thinking about these issues my whole life. It's not something I'm afraid of. Again, it's not something I feel that I have answers for. But I've been very fortunate in my life to have lived among a lot of different peoples, different countries. I've lived among different ethnicities. I've been the minority multiple times. I was a park ranger. I was involved in law enforcement. I've had a lot of different relationships with power, authority, and race. And it's a conversation that I enjoy being a part of. I know that it's not easy, but I am here to do the dirty work. And this is going to sound weird on camera and talking to you folks, but if I had to boil it down, what's coming to mind now is I spent a lot of time before I was a park ranger as a recreation tech. And that's a glorified person that goes around and cleans up campsites and public bathrooms in parks, national parks. In college, to pay for school, I was a janitor. I've kind of been cleaning toilets for a large part of my life, and that sounds gross, but somebody needs to go in there and make things work for people to be able to enjoy their time, no matter what it is. So I'm kind of a doer. I do the dishes, I clean the grills, I'll clean the bathrooms, whatever it is. I will get my hands dirty. Now I have a lot of people that work for me, but I still work in the warehouse, I still load trucks. I just like to be involved, I like to be part of the process, and I'm here to make sure things work and not try to implement, my ideas or take credit that's not due to me.
We're going to be moving on to connection networks, conflicts of interest. And we are at 17 minutes, and this is question number 10. How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
I'm kind of as a project manager for work now, I'm essentially just a glorified problem solver. And what I do is I make contacts and relationships with people that have skill sets, and I discuss with them and look for opportunities for value for both of us and find ways to move forward where we find success in meeting our schedule, meeting the requirements of any kind of project, and making sure that everything is a good experience for all people involved. It's a collaborative process, and it's a lot of networking, talking, working, following up, and basically trying to work together as a group to accomplish a very specific task. So that's where my passions lie, just finding problems, attacking them, trying to get them done, and doing what's necessary, and again, making sure that everybody's involved and successful in our endeavor.
Okay, describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you. Describe the situation, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
Yeah, this is the thing that I've been most proud of in the last few years is to work with people, and collaborative work on boards is hard. Maybe it was always this hard, but I feel like it probably wasn't. From what I understand, people's participation in clubs, churches, nonprofits is down across the board in this nation. And I think what we have are people that aren't used to the process of working together and overcoming challenges, right? There's a lot of feelings involved with working hard on something. There's a lot of passion, and there's a lot of disappointment sometimes. As a person, I believe I've matured that when I reach these points or impasses or times when people really disagree, you have to step back and think about what's important and really try to set your personal feelings aside, and that can be difficult. But I'm maybe most proud of the fact that I've learned to do that. It's not something I was always great at. And just this month, as a board for our little club, people work really hard, and there was some ideas that people didn't agree on, and it got terse. Uncharacteristically of myself, I was able to just step aside from the personal feelings, had discussions with people one-on-one, reminded them that we care about the mission, we care about each other, we care about the community, we care about the families, and asked if we could restart these conversations with a different tone and a different setup of objectives, maybe not right and wrong, but how do we work together? How do we accomplish what we want to? How do we feel good about what's going to happen? And that was not something I would have done 10 years ago. And it was also not something anybody else on the board was willing to do. I do feel that a lot of those people are more skilled and mature than myself, but in that case, I was able to do what I thought was necessary, and we did decide to reset, and we did find a way forward. In the past, people would have been voted out, and it would have been a big deal. And that was, very rewarding, very rewarding. And I would like to practice that. I'd like to learn from the board members here. I'd like to learn from community members that have been doing this a long time and continue to evolve as a participant in these types of processes.
Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
Well, that's kind of cheating because it's defined in your slides. But really, it's a conduit. I mean, we are a conduit from what the community needs to the legislation side of it, right, where we determine how things work. But we have to work with information both from the community and back to the community, because there are limits to what we can do. There are financial constraints. There's different visions and stuff. But I think it would just be having a strong sense of integrity, being very open, communicative, and really empathizing with the different voices and concerns that people have, so we can reach a unified message and goal.
Thank you. Upon receiving notice for your interview, you are asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflicts of Interest, Board and Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the Key Functions of the Board, Board Resolution 1641, Revised Protocol Guidelines, RCW 42.23.030, Interest in Contracts Prohibited Exceptions, RCW 42.23.070, Prohibited Acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advanced review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and serving in this role?
No, and I know there was some language in there about if there was a conflict, you would have to recuse yourself. But even though I do work in commercial construction and we work on schools, it's not anything that would be impacted by things we do here. And I don't have a lot of relationships with teachers, board members, people like that in the community. I can't really see any situation where I would have a conflict of interest. And if there was, I would definitely make sure to express that to everybody and stand aside for the process or do whatever is correct.
All right, we're moving on to passion for the mission. And the question here, and we're at 10 minutes and 24 seconds. And question number 14. Describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
I have some things to learn. I don't fully understand the information process, what's available to the board versus the superintendent, or how that comes. I'm assuming that the superintendent's privy to quite a few things that the board isn't, and that's a conversation that needs to be had. So also looking at the slides and the information, it does seem that a lot of the information that this board deals with comes from the superintendent. So I think that the superintendent is somebody you have to give a lot of deference, respect to. You have a lot of listening. We obviously want a superintendent that's successful. I mean, they're the leader of these schools. These schools are important to us. At the same time, I think we have to take that information and be honest and objective and give feedback to the best we can and have a relationship just like you would with anybody else in your life that you care about, where you're, as honest as you can be and you try to do the best per your judgment. But I do think we have to work with them and support them, because we don't want to have a divided school or a divided process, right? We all want to push in the same direction, and we want things to work smoothly, and we want to set those goals and accomplish them. And I think the superintendent is the person that is the primary director of our goals and our direction. But at the same time, you have to do what's right, and you have to be honest with your opinions.
What is your, what is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'm not an expert in any of this stuff, and I know there's a lot of different ways to get funding. I think our budget's somewhere around $577 million. Some of that's federal, some of it's state, some of it's tied to taxes. I know there's a lot more progressive ways to get money from the local district. I don't think that I'm honestly qualified right now to say what a better avenue is, but I am certainly open to learning about that more and making recommendations. I do wish that we had a little better funding in Kent. I live here, I've seen the schools, I visit. I'm acutely aware of what a facility looks like and what an ideal state of the mechanicals are and the physical building. And I wish we could do a little bit better. I wish we had more to offer the students for clubs, for some of the special needs, for other things. I do not have a good answer for that, but I'm very interested in learning about that process.
Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided with in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advance review and participation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities, and what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
That's a great question. Fortunately, Wednesday is the best day I have for being free and flexible. Also, as a person that generally works from home and has a kind of an oversight responsibility, I have a flexible schedule for work. I do have commitments Tuesdays and Thursdays, as that's when I coach. And then Saturdays, I do generally volunteer and donate my proceeds from refereeing back to Rugby Washington. However, with given notice, I can reschedule those at any time. So I don't see any issues for those schedules. And also, we all live in District 4. This is the nearest thing to my home that I will ever be required to do. It's not a long commute, and I don't think that's really going to be a problem for me. My kids being in high school and middle school, they don't need babysitters, so this is exciting for me too. This is kind of where I'm at in my life. I have time, I have opportunity, and I'm definitely available.
Thank you. Well, you have 5 minutes and 23 seconds, and just your final question is there anything else you would like to share with us?
That's a great question. I wasn't prepared for that. Nope, I'm a pretty excited kind of person. Again, I've lived, I guess that's not too relevant, but I've lived an exciting existence. I've been a lot of places. I've seen a lot of things, and I've experienced a lot of things. A lot of situations that maybe other people haven't, and that's a pretty broad spectrum of society. So I've had friends and I've lived among a very, very, very divergent set of people, and that's helped inform me a lot that people are different, and there's a lot of different value systems, and there's a lot of different ways of dealing with questions, issues, and prioritizing things that are important. I do like people, and I would really like to take some of what I've learned and use that to try to further conversations and have an open mindset and big picture thinking when it comes to problems about our school. I'm really fortunate to have been some of the places and participated in some things that I've done. And again, school has made most of that possible. And I really would like the opportunity to give back and see more people achieve things that they want in this world because they could go to school and have the best opportunities possible. And I don't like to see schools close. I don't like to see our communities migrate to private schools. I don't like to see the schools not function for everybody. Public schooling is one of the greatest things that has ever happened in our modern society, and I don't think we should be sacrificing these institutions for anything. They're paramount to everything that comes after, and it's, I think, probably the best thing we can do to help the most people and make the biggest difference in our community.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
President Margell, with the time now being 7:14, we are clearly running ahead of schedule. I know that we had a break built in at 7:25. I will also share that our candidate number 5, who was scheduled following that scheduled 10-minute break, is present and has indicated that she's ready to come in now, if you so desire, depending on what you choose to do with the schedule at this time.
I believe that we all had a 10-minute break. Are we good with moving forward? And
I'm
seeing if
okay
we
with
can-
it.
10 minutes?
We just had 10 minutes. Are you good to move
Okay,
forward?
so Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes.
The board's ready to move forward with our next candidate.
Thank you. I will bring the next candidate in.
Katherine Parker.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. I'd like to introduce to you candidate number 5, Katherine Parker.
Good evening, Ms. Parker. There are 17 questions, and you may request to have a question repeated. You will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview, and for your viewing pleasure, there is a timer on the screen. Your first question, tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
Okay, I am currently a high school teacher. I teach at Mount Rainier High School in the Highline School District, which is our neighboring school district. I want to be on the board because, first of all, I am a teacher. I taught before COVID, during, and after, and I've seen the major changes in the students and the staff and overall, just the major changes in the education system. And I have 2 daughters of my own. Next year, one will be in kindergarten and one will be in first grade in this Kent School District. And I know what's happening in the school districts. I know that individual decisions matter and local decisions matter, and I want to make sure that if I have the chance to be a part of the decision-making for my family and for my community, I can do that.
All right, next question is, what are your experiences in the public school K-12 system as either an employee, parent, and/or volunteer?
All of my experience is in public school system. I have been a teacher for my entire professional adult life. This is my 9th year teaching at the high school level. I have taught Spanish language courses, and now I currently teach ML, beginning language for newcomers. And I've taught that for all 9 years as well. And like I just said, I have my first grader right now as my first introduction as a parent to the school system, which has been really interesting from a teacher perspective because now I can see both sides, which I think would be a huge asset for a board like this because I can see from multiple angles what the information people are bringing could be really like.
How would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, their families, and staff?
Every year as a teacher, I have to create a community within my classroom. That's part of being a teacher. That's part of being a successful teacher. Right now, I teach newcomers, and all of my students are from around the world, which has given me an even bigger challenge as far as creating a classroom community. There's no cultural norms, there are no language bonds that will tie us together. So really, it has given me even bigger challenge as far as making a community from anything. I truly believe that all human beings can live together in peace. That sounds cliche, but I know it because I do it every day in my classroom. Kent, the city and the school district is extremely diverse, which is one of the things I love most about it. And I know that keeping all the different cultures and types of people in mind is essential for having a healthy public school system.
What would you consider to be the challenges in public education today, and how would you prioritize these challenges?
For me, the 2 biggest difficulties in the public education system right now are the students and their addiction to technology and school safety. As you all know, we live in a time of extreme violence in schools, and I know from personal and professional experience that parents, families, and students are scared to go to school. So that would be probably my number 1 priority, because if students don't feel safe at school, they cannot learn. At least they can't learn to their best ability. My number 2 priority, as I see, every day I see high school students. It doesn't matter where they come from in the world, like I said. They all have phones in their hands. They're all scrolling. It's taking up too much of their mental brain space, and it's taking away from learning. As you all know, I'm sure, test scores, math, reading scores, everything is going down. And I think a major contributor to that is addiction to smartphones and complete access to technology at all times.
Thank you. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups. For example, special ed, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gap?
Yes, I mean, there are huge gaps. What are my thoughts on how to close the gaps? Was that the question?
Yes.
Yes. I think we have to have equitable access for everyone. I mean, we have to have specialized programs, and those programs have to be fully funded with professionals that have training to actually meet those needs. I mean, class sizes is a huge help for teachers, because if you have less students, each student can receive more specialized help. But I think really it comes down to the programs that you offer and the funding and professionals available.
All right, we're at question 6. We have 24 minutes and 44 seconds. Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member, and what are some ways you have or might do that?
It's important because public school education is for everyone. It's a right that we have in this country, and every child, every person deserves equal treatment. Something I could do to support all students on this board is bring my diverse experiences with every type of person that could be in the school system. I mean, I have professional and personal experience traveling around, meeting people from all different sorts of cultures, meeting with their families, getting to know these people, which will give me insight into how they might be thinking or ways they don't understand the school system, or maybe they don't know all the programs that we could offer, and we could work on, I could help by just an understanding and familiarity with diverse peoples.
What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about, and how would you go about doing it?
I would have to learn more about this specific diversity of the Kent School District. I'm not very familiar with the biggest racial groups in this district because I don't work in this district. I mean, I can see from the community around me. I have no idea who lives here, but I would look specifically at different racial groups and income level groups and see overall how they're performing before I would set to work on how we could close any of those gaps or reach out to those communities and see how they feel about the school district as a whole.
What interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
I have made public education my entire life. I am very passionate about it. I love it, but I also love people. I studied anthropology in college. I love studying people. I find them to be extremely interesting. And one of my main interests is meeting new people and getting to know them so that I can learn about a different person, because every person is unique and every person has something to bring to enrich my life. I learn something from every person that I meet. And I think I would bring that to the board as a diverse experience.
Thanks. What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics, such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
Think of a specific example. I mean, I know those conversations are difficult, and you have to be very strategic on the words that you say, and you need to think about everything you say before you speak so that you don't offend someone and shut them down even if you didn't intend to. In these conversations, our biases come out and/or our lack of information come out, and you can offend people and shut them down without ever meaning to. So that is something I'm very mindful of. A specific example that comes to mind is I have a lot of students from Afghanistan right now, and the Muslim culture is something I'm really not familiar with and becoming familiar with. And when I first started working with them, I would make my seating chart, and then I would just put all the kids from Afghanistan all mixed up, just like I would for any other class. And the students were very, very upset. And I didn't know why. I was like, what do you mean? Like, I'm the teacher, I tell you what to do. Like, you're not doing it. And they refused, and they were extremely offended because I had put a girl next to a boy. Even though they were from the same culture, I had put in a girl from Afghanistan and a boy from Afghanistan, and I didn't know that in their religion, they were not even supposed to be learning in the same room. And so one student they can't speak English, so we had to kind of Google Translate our way through them being able to tell me what I had done wrong, and then in that moment I had to apologize, and I had to think, what is appropriate here? You know, I'm the teacher, this is America, like, what should I do? Should I do what they want, or should I do what I want? And then make it. That is something I had to really, in the moment, decide and like take action on. And it's something I think about a lot because that's a lot of my job, is deciding how we can all work together with our own needs and wants and cultural backgrounds to the end goal, which is all learning in a safe and comfortable environment.
All right, moving on to connection, networks, and conflicts of interests. We're at 19 minutes and 19 seconds, and this is question number 10. How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
Well, like I just said, I love going out and meeting people, and if I had an avenue where I was a board member coming in and that was an in for like meeting people, getting to know them, I would go up to them and I would share any information, ask them for a meeting. Just like anyone, I live in this community. I go to the stores, I go to the schools. Like I was just at Crestwood today going to book fair, and it was so fun. Like we go to all the events. I love it. I mean, with the teachers, I feel me and my family, we're active parts of the community. Like my kids are in the Little League sports, so I'm meeting parents in the community. And if I had a board position, then I would like use that for asking them for their input in an informal way, which I feel is when people are the most candid.
Describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you. Describe the situation, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
Okay. A few years ago, when I got the new job at Mount Rainier High School, like I had my teaching philosophy that I always been using, and then my coworker was the same type of teacher as me. He was a newcomer teacher, but he was an immigrant himself, and he had lived this experience that our students were living. Like he had moved here in high school, and he had been a newcomer himself, and so we had completely different ideas of what this class should look like. What I did and of course, like when you're teaching the same course, you want to be aligned. Like you want to be doing the same thing for continuity for the students. So what I did so that we could start working together is, first of all, hear him out. Hear everything about what his experiences were, what helped him as a student, what helps him as a teacher, what are his, like just talking, getting to know him, making him feel comfortable. And then also telling him my experience. And we were both sharing our personal experiences and our philosophies and our reasons why. And then we agreed to start working together. Did we do everything exactly the same? Absolutely not. But it was a give and take. I would take some of his ideas, he would take some of my ideas, and in the end, we had a cohesive plan for our students that drew on the strengths of both of our backgrounds, with an understanding that we don't see eye to eye on every single thing, but we tried our own methods within the cohesive unit that we could all agree on.
Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
I think the school board is the liaison between the community and the schools. If I work at a school every single day, I almost never interact with the community. I think that the community input there's not a lot. They don't have to. They send their kid to school, the kid comes home. I mean, we're there to help, but I think the job of the school board is to reach out to the community and find out really, how do you feel about things? How is it going? What are the issues? So that we can open the communication between the schools and the community members, because everyone's busy. Everyone could just be going side by side, not really interacting, but schools are only successful if the community is involved. Like if the parents are happy with how their students are doing at school, then the students aren't gonna, like, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna have the outcomes that we all want.
Sorry.
Nice.
Lots of notes. Upon receiving notice for your interview, you were asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflicts of Interest, Board and Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the key functions of the Board, Board Resolution 1641, Revised Protocol Guidelines, RCW 42.23.030, Interest in Contracts Prohibited Exceptions, RCW 42.23.070, Prohibited Acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advance review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and serving in this role?
I do not.
All right, we're moving on to passion for the mission, and we're at 13 minutes, 55 seconds, and question number 14. Describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
The ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent for me is mutual respect and willingness to communicate. Nothing can get done unless the school board and the superintendent are willing to listen to each other and to work together, keeping in mind that the students and their families are the #1 priority. Sometimes we're in a position of power. It's easier to get into, well, I want this, you just aren't trying to help, etc. And that kind of unhealthy communication and or making everything personal will not work, and it's not in the best interest of the students.
What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
To be honest, I am not very familiar with school district funding. That is something I am very interested to learn about, because what I hear as a public school teacher about funding is just there is none. So I would be very interested to review the funding norms and where the money is allocated, because I do work for a special needs group, and I don't know where the funding comes from and how much is allotted, and I would like to know, and I'm sure those who receive other special services would like to know exactly where that money comes from. And so, and just to make sure that all the money is going where it truly needs to go.
Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you're provided with in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advance review or preparation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state-mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities, and what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
As far as the regular board meetings, I have full availability for that. The only thing I can think of is maybe if my high school was graduating on the same day as one of your high schools, but that doesn't happen, I don't think, because of they're all at showwear. But because all of these things are, most of these are evening engagements, I would be available.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes and 58 seconds left. And just a final question, is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I am so passionate about this school district because it's my community, it is my family, and it's going to be a part of my life for at least the next 14 years. Like I've stated, I truly, truly believe in the power of public education. I believe it is one of the most beautiful things about our country, because I've seen other countries that don't have public education, and then their students they don't have the same privileges that ours do. So I'm so grateful for public education every day. I think that's it. It was really a pleasure to meet all of you. And I know you guys have this is like the latest job interview I've ever had. So thank you guys.
think it's the latest we've conducted.
Yeah, this is late.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. How's everybody feeling as far as needing a break?
I guess it depends on like, are they ready?
But if they're ready, do you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. Just didn't want to assume.
Whatever the option.
This is like why I left. Is that at work when I type for all day, it's like hour 4, starts to get long. Yeah, I'd like to. I just can't. So I have to like leave and.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. As you are aware, we're running ahead of schedule. I have messaged the remaining 2 candidates on the schedule for the evening. Candidate number 6 is on his way and is expected shortly. So as soon as he's checked in, I will bring him into the boardroom. And I have yet to hear from candidate number 7, so hopefully he will be here soon thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antello. Based on that information, we're going to go ahead and break now for a 10-minute recess. We will see you back here at 7:50. 7:53, and we are resuming from our 13-minute break. Thank you to our audience that is via the live stream. Just to reiterate where we are running ahead of schedule. We are at candidate 6, David Stanford, and appreciate the flexibility of our candidates for moving forward as time has allowed us to be able to do. Everybody ready for 6? Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, and Ms. Curry. I'd like to introduce to you candidate number 6, David Stanford.
Good evening, Mr. Stanford. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Good evening.
Just to let you know, there are 17 questions. You may request to have a question repeated. You will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview. And for your viewing pleasure, a timer is on the screen.
Perfect.
Your first question, tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've spent the last 20 years in big tech, working in a variety of roles, and I'm throughout my whole life, I've been very focused on helping in education. I taught 4 years at the University of Washington. I tutored for 4 or 5 years, mostly high school students, math and science, everything from geology to physics. And I think it's really important, especially with the federal chaos, to contribute locally.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next question is, what are your experiences in the public school K-12 system as either an employee, parent, and/or volunteer?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a bunch. So I have 2 kids that one's in middle school, goes to Crestwood, the other one is at Northwood. I have volunteered in their classes and kind of in a variety of ways through the school, field day, field trips, things like that. As I mentioned earlier, I tutored high school students for 4 years. I have most of a master's in teaching. We got pregnant, so I didn't finish the student teaching part of it. I needed a job that paid more, hence moving back into big tech. But I did all the coursework for that.
How would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, their families, and staff?
Yeah, so that's one of the interesting things about big tech is it's really important to be able to collaborate across organizations and teams, and it's helped me build a skill set around partnering with community, partnering with other teams, partnering with customers, vendors, and that really translates, I think, really well into what a member of the school board needs to be doing, is because they really need to be focused on building that community. So that's one way. Another area that I think I bring a lot of value is really approaching things on a data basis. I actually, as I was looking through some of the material that was sent to me, I was looking through the strategic plan, and I was really impressed with how you have specific metrics for each of the goals that you're looking for, and it tracks back to a methodology called like OKRs that we use a lot in the companies that I have worked for in the past.
What would you consider to be the challenges in public education today? And how would you prioritize these challenges?
There's quite a few. I think a big one that, well, the big 2 that I would say are funding and promoting equity across like racial, socioeconomic groups. And those are the areas that I would really focus on improving. And to do that, of course, you have to start with the data and see what needs to happen and how, like, where are we performing today before we make any changes at all.
Thank you. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups. For example, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
Yeah, so that is a really important question. And again, it goes back to looking at the data of what, like where the gaps exist today and kind of approaching it in a methodical way. So find the areas where the gaps are the biggest and where we can start getting wins and start approaching those so that we can get some little wins and build some momentum and really kind of just build off that. Like some of the things around equity and achievement gaps that I've seen are around things like access to resources and how do we democratize that. And like one of the things that I was kind of looking at as I was researching this was around like how we get funding today for the school district. And like there's a few main ways we typically get it, and that's locally, federally, and from the state. And sometimes I want, like, are there other opportunities for us to get funding? Like, I don't know. I know some programs get grants, but like, could we build a better mechanism to get grants or funding from big tech companies, for example? I know, for example, Microsoft and Apple have a very competitive and like matching program for every parent. Like they'll match up to $15,000, and that could be dollars or volunteer time. I think there's opportunities to leverage programs like that to get additional funding for our schools where we're just not seeing it happen today.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, next question. This is question number 6. We're at 23 minutes and 52 seconds. Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member, and what are some ways you have or might do that?
So I think equity and inclusion is super critical. I've talked about it in a few of my answers. One of the ways that I've done it in the past is when I was at Microsoft, we had a hiring program, or we didn't have a hiring program. Many of the folks in my organization had went through the hiring experience, and it was not awesome. They were onboarded badly, like the recruiters didn't do a great job. Even the folks that were doing the interviewing were not really up to snuff. So what I did here was I actually built out a training for my 400-person organization. I ran all of them through that training, and it was focused, and like the whole premise was building out a more inclusive hiring experience. And so really, the way I think you start to address equity and inclusion is by focusing on things like biases that folks maybe don't even know about, and building up training and opportunities for folks to learn and kind of better themselves. So that, I don't know, I think a lot of reasons that folks don't include others is they just don't know that they're doing it. It's like an unconscious bias, for example, or they just don't know better. So giving them an opportunity to learn about it and change their behavior, I guess, is really how I would approach it, to start with anyway.
What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about, and how would you go about doing it?
Oh, there's so much. It's super interesting that that's a question today, because I watched the Super Bowl yesterday, like a lot of folks did, and I don't watch that much rap music. And like for the last 2 days, really, I've been learning a lot about the halftime show and kind of some of the racial messages that were embedded in that. And it hadn't been something I'd been exposed to before. So the way I approach it is like, there's resources that are free across the internet where you can learn things. I think it's really about being curious and being willing to not know something is really how I think about that.
What interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
Yeah. So I have a few personal interests. One of them is I've consistently been a lifelong learner. Another area that I'm pretty passionate about is financial education, and like making sure folks and students know how to manage their finances. I've mentored a number of folks in my peer group across like companies I've worked at on how to manage their finances. It's one of the things that I'm teaching my kids. So I would say capacity to learn and like a focus on fiduciary responsibility.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
Yeah, so for difficult topics, the way that I handle it is really just by leaning in and being transparent with folks. A specific example of this is one of my coworkers when I was at Microsoft. We had programs that overlapped. He and I had different approaches to the way that we handled everything, really. But we had stakeholders that were shared. So we were on the same team. We had to work together, and we did continue to work together for 2 years. So the way that I handled it is he did some things that I thought were very inappropriate in the way that he was handling it. Instead of, well, there's a variety of ways you could handle it. The way that I handled it was I went up to him, I actually sent him an email so he had it and could respond like asynchronously. But I gave him a list of the things and kind of we worked through it together. We were never friends, but ultimately we were able to work together until that team didn't exist anymore.
All right, we're moving on to connection networks and conflicts of interest. The question here is number 10, and we are 18 minutes. How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
Yeah, so through my professional career, being able to connect with folks is one of the main skill sets that I developed. The program that I was just referencing where I had a disagreement with another program owner, I had 100 stakeholders across 5 different very large organizations, and we had to come together to build our product. And I've consistently been able to work across organizations and teams. And I think a lot of that is just my approach of being transparent, my focus on earning trust with folks, and being willing to take feedback. I certainly don't know everything, and I don't think anybody does. And being willing to accept that it goes a long way to helping build trust. Another way that I try to facilitate building trust is consistently asking for feedback from folks.
Could you describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you? Describe the situation, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
This is the same, I could give the same example. Let me think about that for a second. Maybe I'll have you repeat the question, just so I have a little more time to think.
Describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you. Describe the situation, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
Okay. Let me tell you about. Let me tell you about one of the times that I was working. I was working at a small pharmaceutical company, and I was the main IT team for that. And the CEO also really enjoyed being involved with IT, but he wasn't particularly great at it. So he of course was the CEO, so I had to work cooperatively with him. What we were trying to do was kind of modernize the infrastructure there, and they had a variety of software packages that ran on very old servers, and we couldn't upgrade them because the software package was written in 1980. They were using this in 2010. So 30 years old software packages running on an ancient server. What we were trying to do is make it so that it didn't depend on that old hardware. And so I had to kind of brainstorm ways with the CEO on how we were going to solve this. And I came up with a variety of ideas. He had specific things that he wanted to do that were not the best for security or maintainability reasons. So we had to work together to come to a solution that satisfied both his desire to kind of be in control and also my desire to not have something that was unsustainable. We ultimately ended up solving it. We came to a solution together that was both sustainable, and he had a say in it, so he was pretty happy about that. Ultimately, I think it comes back to really just building trust with folks.
Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
Yeah, so I, of course, looked through all the documentation that was sent over. I would say the role of the board member within the community itself is really to build connection, to take feedback from community members, and ensure that the school district is solving problems that the communities, maybe the community doesn't know that they're having, but I guess the way I would put it, it's solving the problems that they maybe don't know that they need to be solved, but ultimately helps the school district perform better, helps the students perform better, even if it's not exactly what people are asking for, because that's not always what they need.
Upon receiving notice for your interview, you are asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflict of Interest, Board and Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the key functions of the board, Board Resolution 1641, revised protocol guidelines, RCW 42.23.030, interest in contracts prohibited, exceptions, RCW 42.23.070, prohibited acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advanced review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and serving in this role?
No, I do not see a conflict.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to passion for the mission. We're on question 14, and we've got 11 minutes and 47 seconds. Describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
I would say the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent is one of really trust and the ability to work together to get things done for the students. I know that according to board responsibilities. We hire and evaluate the superintendent. It's always an awkward position to be an evaluator of someone, where you also need them to be executing on the mission. So I think building that trust is super critical and being transparent with the superintendent.
What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
I talked about this a little earlier, but in fact, I looked through the budget. There's a lot of questions that I have, and I know I can't answer any of them. So, but according to the research I did, about 20% of it comes from federal funding. I think it was 17%. 40% of it is from bonds and levies locally, and then about 40% comes from the state. I don't know the specifics of our district. I saw it was roughly $550 million across the 44 schools that we have. I think there's a variety of ways we can enhance that funding model. I talked about potential collaboration with large companies, whether that's a tech company or Boeing or Weyerhaeuser. I think there's opportunities there. Potentially looking at ways we can get grants for schools would be another way. Those are the two that I've thought of so far, but I think there's probably a lot of different ways we can look at increasing the resources that we have available to us.
Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided with in-depth information related to board calendaring and required attendance and advance review or participation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state-mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities, and what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
I don't believe there's anything that would prevent me from participating in the meetings, and I don't know what supports I would need yet.
You have just under 9 minutes and just one question left.
Perfect.
Is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
Is there anything else? No, I think I covered most of the things. I'm really passionate about learning, and I hope whoever you find for the role is a great fit.
Thank you very much. We
Yeah.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'm just having intrusive thoughts.
Hopefully nothing bad. Are you
No,
gonna
no.
jump over here or something?
You know how pop stars have the mics where they can hear themselves?
So you don't hear
I'm just curious to know what I sound like out there. And if
Or you can watch YouTube anytime.
That's fair. I was just thinking about all of this sitting
Suggest
here
not
with
doing
the
it.
Britney mics on.
Nobody sounds good in there.
Oh, I turned mine off.
I was going to say, nobody sounds good in the recording. Do you sound like
Now you guys get a glimpse of what happened inside my head.
There you go. This whole thing in my office. That's why I sound so good when I come on, or I sound like a radio announcer. It's because I have all this stuff in my house because I did all my meetings online. And I was like, well, am I supposed to sound good?
Okay.
It's a stupid thing I did, but it was fun.
Yeah, follow your passions.
You know?
Number 7, Michael Tasky.
last one. Are they here? Yeah, I mean, we're like 30 minutes ahead.
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. It is 8:23, and we are back from our 5-minute break and to our last candidate. Just to, again, for our listening audience, we are ahead of schedule. We are to our 7th and final candidate, Michael Tasy, and we appreciate all of our candidates for their flexibility in timing today.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. We have our final candidate for the evening, candidate number 7, Michael Tasy.
Good evening, Mr. Tasy. Thank you for your time tonight. Just to let you know, there are 17 questions within the interview. You may request to have a question repeated, and you will have a total of 30 minutes for your interview. And you will have a timer on the screen to help keep track of that time.
Okay.
Your first question, tell us about yourself and why you want to be a board member.
I've been very involved in schools since my kids entered. I had a smart kindergarten teacher who recruited me. She said, we need an art docent. I'm like, I don't want to do that because I did some art. She said, well, can you come in just for a few minutes in the classroom? Because I had my volunteer clearance. I went in, and some of the kids didn't know how to hold a crayon or a pencil at that point. So I'm like, okay, I can afford a couple hours. So I got involved with that. Got very involved with schools, ran the art docent program for a number of years, did family art nights. I was on the Citizen Budget Review Committee for this, Citizen Bond Review Committee. In the mid-2000s, when the budget cuts were coming, I was at Kentwood, meeting all the parents, doing small groups, trying to get consensus on what the priorities were for the district. I've had a lot of interest in seeing the students develop and seeing the city develop.
Thank you.
All right, second question. What are your experiences in the public school K through 12 system as either an employee, parent, or a volunteer?
Okay. So I was an art docent for a number of years. I ran the art docent program, did spirit wear, was on the PTA. I got a golden acorn while volunteering at Horizon Elementary. I've been a substitute teacher for about 6 years within the district.
Okay. How would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member and service of students, their families, and staff?
Okay, could you repeat that one, please? It's a long one.
How would your lived and professional experience impact and inform your approach to building a healthy and collaborative learning community as a board member in service of students, families, and staff?
Okay, so I was the first generation from my family to go to college. My grandparents came from Poland. Some of my relatives in Poland during World War II taught underground. Some of the people didn't survive that because the Nazis were actually killing the teachers. So the value of education is very important to me. It can change lives. It can create opportunities. I've been in Kent since 2000. I've coached youth sports, volleyball, soccer, baseball, kindergarten up through high school level within Kent, working with all types of families, single families, multi-ethnic families, recruiting people when I was working in the PTA, different families to PTA for the art docent program. I'm a musician. My band sponsored 2 schools for the art docent program. East Hill and Horizon, we paid their way for that for a number of years. I think it's important to invest in that. Arts and music, which I have a passion for, I think is really important. And as a substitute teacher, when you go into a school, you realize people have different backgrounds, different abilities, and trying to foster those and develop those, like coaching baseball. Sometimes kids have done travel league for 5 years, right? So they come in, they're way ahead of the curve. This is somebody else's first year, right? But for me, that it's development. It's park and rec, it's development. I don't care if we win the games. So kid wants to pitch, right? You practice, put them in for 1 inning during a game, develop that. By the end of the season, they're a lot better pitcher. Maybe they're great, maybe they're not, but they've had that experience and they've seen what happens when you put in the work.
What would you consider to be the challenges in public education today, and how would you prioritize these challenges?
I guess the biggest challenge is building consensus on what is public education. There's a lot of forces, and now it's so easy with social media and such that there's a lot of voices, which is great, but there's a lot of noise in that. Prioritizing that, I'm kind of like, do the basics first, and everything else on that is like, kind of like frosting. You know, reading, writing, math, and civics. A big opportunity, I guess, is building consensus.
Thank you. The Kent School District is focused on closing the achievement gap that exists between student groups. For example, special education, ESL, income, and race. What are your thoughts and ideas on addressing the gaps?
I guess there's a lot of intervention and early intervention. I think that's the most important thing. Working in schools as a substitute teacher, you can see there's obviously there are achievement gaps. And I guess creating a lot of support. I know it's communicating to the families. Some of the families don't initially want that support. They think there's something, like the kid's not trying or something else. And I guess it's that communication. Again, building consensus, try to bring them into the community, get involved, even in some small way. A lot of parents want to get involved, but they don't know how to start. I got recruited, so that made it easy for me. But a lot of times people have to go outside their comfort level to make those connections.
All right, this is question number 6. We have 23 minutes and 50 seconds left. Why do you think it's important to address equity and inclusion issues as a board member, and what are some ways you have or might do that?
Well, kind of like the baseball analogy, not everybody starts at the same level, and trying to bring people in and make them feel valued. Again, I guess the earlier start, the better. Working in the schools, I mean, they need a lot of support. Teachers are working really hard, very hard. I always do the analogy, kind of like if you're putting on a production of, say, like a play, right? We've got, you're the producers, you're the director, the teachers, they're the talent on stage. They're trying to engage the students, educate the students, develop the students. But a lot of times those teachers are also, they're running the lights, they're doing the PA, they're doing the HVAC, and there's a lot of distraction there. I think teachers need a lot of support to make their jobs as easy as they can to focus on what they need to do. I know teachers spend money buying supplies, buying food for kids who are hungry. And again, I substitute K through 6, and the K through 6 students, they get along fabulously. They're doing really well. I don't know how it is at the high school level, big picture, but K through 6, the kids, everybody's getting along great. Every school that I've been to, it's amazing.
All right. What aspects of racial equity and equity in education do you think you have to learn more about, and how would you go about doing it?
I guess it's going to community and talking to the people, talking to the parents. That was a big thing. When I was at Horizon Elementary, we did art nights, and we usually had a theme with Pacific Islander or Hispanic heritage or African American. So we'd bring in artists from those communities to actually show what was happening, you know, like an artist that looked like them, kind of hopefully understood what they're doing. And then before we would have the night, we'd educate them on, so, okay, here's art. Yes, you can make pretty paintings, but what else? Well, there's architects, there's industrial designers, there's fashion designers, there's graphic designers. So we'd put up posters and have education on what you can do with art from the different communities. And I guess it's that, like, that cross-pollination and getting people together.
What interests or personal qualities will you bring to this position, and how will they enrich the current board?
Well, I love music and arts. I think that's very important to me. I grew up in Massachusetts. I took for granted that you'd have an art teacher, dedicated art teacher in elementary school, and that's not a thing. We started languages in 5th grade, foreign languages. I just assumed that was normal, but that doesn't seem to be normal. So I guess a lot of times you go into a classroom, you'll see students with different abilities. And like as an art docent teaching art class, so you have a student who's maybe not great at math or maybe not great at language arts, but has an artistic ability. Suddenly they have more value in the classroom because people are like, wow, you can do that? I didn't know you could do that. So finding those strengths and those talents and developing those, I think that's very important. And I think the arts is a huge part of that. And it keeps students engaged and coming back to the classroom, just like sports does.
What is your approach to dealing with discussions about potentially difficult topics, such as race, religion, politics, or sexual orientation? Please provide a specific example.
Okay. Well, every year, New Year's comes around, I try to get a slogan or a mantra for the year. A couple year goals, mine was understand more, judge less, right? So it's trying to see things differently, trying to understand. I don't have all the answers, right? And I've lived my life the way I live my life. But I guess I'm trying to think of examples of, I tend to be very accepting of people. And working in again, K through 6 is mostly racial. We don't see the other aspects of that. That's a tough one. I know one thing I think I put in my application is as a substitute teacher, I got a note from one of the English language learners who said that one of the best things about me, that the class would say yay when I was going to be a substitute teacher, is that when I didn't get somebody's name right, I corrected it and I'd remember. You know, that's a tough thing to do. And she said that if Mr. Tasy wasn't going to be the sub, that she didn't want to go to school that day.
No.
All right, we're going to move on to connection networks and conflicts of interest. This is question number 10. We're at 18 minutes.
Okay.
How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
Okay, so I also was on the Kent Arts Commission, the Kent Bicycle Advisory Board. Both those things, we do a lot of community outreach, concerts. I pushed for getting the first mariachi band for the Kent Arts program. I really tried to get Los Tigres del Norte to Showwear Center. I was kind of pushing for that. We didn't have any direct involvement, but I was really trying to make that happen. We had Las Amigas, a Spanish female flamenco group, come in. Can you repeat the question again, in case I missed part of that?
How would you help the board connect with individuals and organizations to benefit the district's students?
Okay. So I also do, as a coach, and also with the KBAB, just going out, meeting people, talking, does a lot of public interaction, meetings. I love going to school events, multicultural nights, art nights, music nights.
Describe a time when you needed to work cooperatively with someone that did not share the same ideas as you. Describe the situations, the actions you took, the outcome, and what you learned.
Okay. So my day job, I'm an exercise scientist, exercise physiologist. So I work for a pediatric cardiology group, Mary Bridge Cardiology. One of the things about medicine right now is difficult. Prevention doesn't really pay. So me and a couple other doctors are huge advocates for prevention. Mary Bridger's been really good about that. But the last group I was with before we take it over, wasn't really into prevention. So exercise, cardiac rehab for kids really doesn't exist too much. For adults, it's there because it pays. For kids, it didn't. So we fought many years trying to get that. I kind of understand the business of it, so you have to accept that. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to advocate for what I believe in. And then, so you have to live with that. So you do the best you can with the means you have. I know on the board, I'm sure not everybody agrees all the time, but once you do make a decision, then everybody's got to get behind that. You have to have a united front, and you have to keep moving forward. And Mary Bridge is excellent, by the way.
Define what you consider to be the role of a board member within the community.
So I think for District 4, it would be going to the schools, meeting the parents, talking to the students. I've met a lot of the students in the past, just working at the schools. And then just trying to, I guess, build consensus when you do have decisions coming down, or get information before a decision is coming up to get a feel for what's happening in the community. And I'm comfortable talking to pretty much anybody. I've been doing that so long with the schools and as a substitute teacher. I mean, one of the best parts of substitute teachers, you go into a classroom, you have 20 to 26 kids you've never met before, students, and by the end of the day, you know their personalities, you know a little bit about their life, you know a little bit about their families, and then the next day you've got a new one. So it's challenging, but it's so interesting.
Thank you. Upon receiving notice for your interview, you were asked to review Board Policy 1610, Conflicts of Interest, Board and Superintendent, Board Policy 1002, Code of Ethics, Board Policy 1005, the Key Functions of the Board, Board Resolution 1641, Revised Protocol Guidelines, RCW 42.23.030, Interest in Contracts Prohibited Exceptions, RCW 42.23.070, Prohibited Acts. Do you foresee a conflict based on your advanced review that would prevent you from signing the revised protocol guidelines and serving in this role?
No.
All right, next we're moving on to passion for the mission. We're at question 14 and 13 minutes, 24 seconds in. Describe the ideal relationship between the school board and the superintendent.
Kind of like I was talking earlier, I guess one of the things when I reviewed some of the documents they're recommending is the word ambitious kept popping out from the state guidelines, right? So our goal should be ambitious. We may not reach everything we go for, but we should be ambitious in what we're doing. So I guess setting realistic but ambitious goals across the district, and then creating a vision, and then the superintendent and his group trying to make our vision a reality. And then offering guidance as along the way and feedback both ways on what's happening and what's achievable, what's not, or what may have to be maybe moved out a little further. But I think one of the big things about the district is culture. I think there's a lot of opportunity for culture in schools, because some of the schools, it's like the district versus the schools. I think it should be us. It should be all of us, we, not the district or the school. It should be we.
What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
Okay, so as I understand it, we've got federal money, state money, levies, bonds, and then maybe extra money if we do grants. When I was on the Citizen Bond Review Committee, they were pretty ambitious about grants. I'm not sure how that's going now, but that was always nice. We're in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Can you repeat the question?
What is your understanding of the typical school district funding model, and how would you enhance it?
So that's the thing where the money's coming in and then going out. Obviously, we're paying staff, and we're trying to maintain what we have, build new facilities, infrastructure, and then develop programs, and then, right, close those achievement gaps where we see them.
Regular board meetings, work sessions, and executive sessions occur on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month, with special meetings frequently scheduled as needed on alternate Wednesdays. Additionally, you are provided an in-depth information related to a board calendaring and required attendance and advance review or preparation for regular meetings, work sessions, special meetings, board policies, joint meetings, retreats, school visits, school and community events, attendance of school graduations, and state mandated trainings. Is there anything that would prevent you from participating in these required meetings and activities, and what type of supports would you need to be successful in this role?
No, and I think one of the coolest things would be to be there for the high school graduations at Kent Meridian. So my children went to Horizon, one to the Tech Academy, did Mill Creek and Kent Meridian, one did Matson, then got thrown over to Kent Lake, but that's a whole nother story. That was tough for him. But yeah, I think that would be great.
Great. Well, you have almost 10 minutes left and just one question, and it is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
No, I've been very involved with the schools as a volunteer and as a substitute teacher for a number of years. I did a long-term sub last year for 5th grade at Meridian, one of my favorite schools. Meridian, Park Orchard, and Pine Tree. As you go along, you kind of find what schools fit you. So those worked really well for me. I enjoyed going there, and this summer I got a text from one of the teachers, and at 5th grade graduation, they said they're talking to kids, talking about what's your best 5th grade memory, and the best 5th grade memory for a student was having me as a substitute teacher. So that really kind of made my summer pretty cool. But yeah, I think that's it. I appreciate your time tonight.
Well, and we
That's a tough
appreciate
job.
yours. Thank you
Yeah.
very much for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
It is 8:46. We are going to break until 8:55. We will go into executive session from 8:55 until 9:55, in which we will return to the dais at 9:55, which is our regularly scheduled time to depart from our executive session. To recess for until 8:55, and then go to executive session from 8:55 to 9:55.
Move to go for,
Recess.
I already forgot the motion. They got two
let me-
different time periods
Yes,
in there.
if we could have a recess from now until 8:55,
Okay,
and then do executive session from 8:55 until 9:55.
okay. Move to have recess until 8:55, and then 8:55 to 9:55 have an executive session.
Second.
The motion has been made in second. We are now open for discussion. Seeing that there is none, all those in favor of recessing from now until 8:55 and then executive session from 8:55 to 9:55, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-0. The reason for the executive session? The purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment. Now we are going to break and then reconvening to executive session at 8:55 till 9:55. Good evening. It is 9:55, and we are returning from executive session that ended just before, about 9:53. And sorry, to get back to my notes. We are returning to open session following our executive session to publicly discuss and take action to select the new board director via nomination and roll call vote. We now move on to section 5.0, Board of Directors, discussion and approval. I will ask for nominations.
Madam President, I make a nomination for candidate Teresa Gregory.
Second.
No seconds actually needed on this one.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Can I just continue with my next nomination?
How about I open it
Or
up
should
to
we-
anybody else who would like to put in a nomination?
I nominate Thomas Fagy.
Is there any other nominations?
I'd nominate, can I make it, David Stanford.
I heard David Stanford. Any other nominations? We are now closed for nominations. Our finalist number 1 is Teresa Gregory. Finalist number 2 is Thomas Fagy. Finalist number 3 is David Stanford. You will vote on each nominated finalist separately. Please only vote for one finalist. The vote will be by oral roll call, and a majority, 3, is required. When you're called to vote for the nominated finalist, say aye or no and raise your right hand. When 3 or more votes take place in favor of one nominee, that nominee wins and voting discontinues. In the event of a 2-2 tie or no majority, if there are 3 nominees and each receives a vote, voting will start over via second round of roll call voting between the 2 board members who are tied, or all 3 if applicable. Give me just one moment to update my. Thank you for your time. Director, so again, the finalist number 1, Teresa Gregory. So we are doing a roll call voting, round 1, and so I will name the finalist, and you get to, of the 3 finalists, get to vote once, and, but we will go person by person. So first, we're doing our call on the vote for nominated finalist number 1, Teresa Gregory. Director Song, what is your vote for the nominated finalist 1, Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist 1, Teresa Gregory?
No.
Director Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory is no. Now we are on the call for the vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
Aye.
You can only vote
Oh,
once.
no.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
Aye.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy is no. Call for the vote on nominated finalist David Stanford. Director Song,
No.
let me just go through it just to make sure. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist 3, David Stanford?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
And my vote for nominated finalist David Stanford is aye. Seeing that we have no majority, we will go through a second round. This is roll call voting, round 2. We're a call for a vote on nominated finalist Teresa Gregory. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory is no. Call for the vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy is no. Call for the vote for nominated David Stanford. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist David Stanford is aye. We now move to round 3. Since there was no votes for Thomas Fagy, we are down to 2. First being Teresa Gregory, and the second being David Stanford. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory is no. Call for the vote for nominated finalist David Stanford. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist David Stanford is aye. May I have an opinion of where we go from here? And if so, I might need to have additional sheets.
Good evening. President Margell, as you're aware in the protocol, it requires 3 yes votes. And so at this point, you do not have 3 yes votes. Certainly, there are enough board members to vote, and so you could continue to see if there's a change in the votes. At this point, Director or Vice President Cook has not voted in support of any, and your vote is for Stanford. You can continue to take votes. At some point, though, we'll have to we wouldn't be able to seat a board member without 3 votes. So if the outcome of the vote in round 4 is the same, it would be futile to continue to vote the same way every single time unless there's going to potentially be a change.
Okay.
But you could certainly go ahead for round 4 and see if there's a change in the votes to get 3.
Okay. We are now on roll call voting round 4. The call for the vote for nominating finalist Teresa Gregory. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory is no. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
Yes.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist David Stanford is aye. Since the voting did change between 3 and 4, I'm going to go ahead and do a 5th round. This is roll call voting round 5. We are calling for the vote on nominated finalist Teresa Gregory. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
No.
My vote for my vote for the nominated finalist Teresa Gregory is no. This is a call for the vote for nominated finalist David Stanford. Director Song, what is your vote for the nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
Yes.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
My vote for the nominated finalist David Stanford is aye.
Certainly, this can require additional conversation related to how to proceed, but at this point, without 3 votes, you're not able to seat a board member at this time. Certainly, there are options that could require further deliberation or more conversation, but at this point, unless there's going to be a change in votes, you don't have 3 votes to seat a board member.
Can we move back to executive session?
If it is an appropriate method, if you're talking about the evaluations and qualifications for public employment, official office, not public employment, for elected officials, that is an appropriate use of an executive session. As long as the conversation is narrowed to that, we're not taking a vote in executive session. It's only a conversation about qualifications. That is appropriate.
Okay. It is now 10:08. We are moving into executive session. The purpose of the executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment or public office. We will return at 10:30. It is 10:30, and we adjourned our executive session at 10:27 p.m. We are returning this meeting to an open session following our executive session to publicly discuss and take action to select the new board director via nomination and roll call vote. We are going to start the process over with nominations. Is there a nomination?
I nominate Thomas Fagy.
I nominate Teresa Gregory.
And I nominate David Stanford.
Roll call voting, round one. I'm sorry, my apologies. We are now closed for nominations. You will vote on each nomination finalist separately. Please only vote for one finalist. The vote will be by oral roll call, and the majority, 3, is required. When you're called to vote for a nominated finalist, say aye or no and raise your right hand. When 3 or more votes take place in favor of one nominee, that nominee wins and voting discontinues. In the event of a 2-2 tie or no majority, if there are 3 nominees each receiving a vote, voting will start over via second round of roll call voting between the 2 board members who are tied, or all 3 if applicable. Roll call voting, round 1. This is a call for the vote on nominated finalist Thomas Fagy. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist 1, Thomas Fagy?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Thomas Fagy?
No.
My vote for Thomas Fagy is yes, aye. Call for the vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory?
Aye.
My vote for nominated finalist Teresa Gregory is no. Call for the vote for nominated finalist David Stanford. Director Song, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Director Clark, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
Vice President Cook, what is your vote for nominated finalist David Stanford?
No.
My vote for nominated finalist David Stanford is no. It looks like with 3 votes, Teresa Gregory is our newly appointed director who will take the oath of office on February 26, 2025 at the regular board meeting. It is 10:33 and we are adjourned.